Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. I see you guys in the chat. Welcome to Chatting with Kathy. My name is Kathy Brooks, and we are going to continue streaming the Lindsay Clancy trial. If you're new here, please say hello in the chat, and let me see who's here. PLM, welcome, welcome. And Just Ask Justine is here. Good morning, everybody. Lapsiski. I'm never going to get it right, am I? Bella Italian. All right. Good morning. Good morning to you. So we are going to continue following the Lindsay Clancy trial today, waiting for the prosecution to say something that is more than what they've said so far. I was watching a TikTok video somebody sent me this morning. It was an RN, and he was like, why can I just say, why are they keep bringing up the wrists? He's like, there was so much more going on than the wrists. And I was like, thank you, brother nurse. Because, we've been talking about that over here. Lapis. I'll practice. So anyway, a couple things. If you're new here, please say hello in the chat. We're welcome. All opinions are welcome. Just please do not attack anybody personally. Do not say something bad. Do not call the person on trial a monster or any horrible names. We are going to discuss what's happening. But remember, in the United States, it's innocent until proven guilty. There's so many people out there that are literally so already made up their mind, have made up their mind one way or another before the trial ever even started. So we're not doing that here, but I am going to be completely transparent and tell you I'm very much leaning towards the defense at this point. We know she did it. That isn't in question. I've seen some comments where people are like, did she just plead guilty yesterday with the stipulation? So lapis is a blue gem. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Sorry, I get distracted by my chat, which is good, right? I mean, why live stream if you're not going to interact with the chat? So that's what I'm doing. Couple of things, you guys. I guess I'm getting a job offer with that case management job. They sent me a congratulations, we've selected you yesterday, but they didn't tell me what the offer was yet. So we'll have to see, because I'm not gonna, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the offer is. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. It's hot in here. It's already hot outside. It's 91. What time is it? 9:24 in the morning. So my house is starting to heat up a little bit. Let me make it cooler so I don't flash in front of all of you guys, even though it's not really flashing. It's really hot. And good morning, Carolina. Good morning. So we'll see what happens with the nurse. Kathy might be going back to work, but the job does not start until mid-September. So luckily I'll be able to finish this trial. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, I did case management for a while, and it was high risk OB case management. I did that for about 7 years, and then I left and went back to bedside, and now I'm more than happy to go back to remote case management, and it is also for pregnancy and postpartum, which I feel like I'm pretty valuable there based on my experience and knowledge and all that stuff. So we'll see. I just want to know what the offer is, because they said they want to talk to me today about the offer, and why didn't you just put it in writing? I have no patience for this kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm sure it's going to be competitive. It has to be, right? Then I got a message on TikTok, and you're always like, what? Is this real? But I did my due diligence. I checked it's real. ABC News saw one of my TikToks about caring for an elderly parent, and they want me to do a Zoom call with them so that they can use, I guess, part of it for their piece they're doing on people caring for their aging parents. So I sent it to my daughter and she's like, do it. I'm like, yeah, but it's like the whole freaking country. I know I'm on somewhere right now where the whole freaking country can see, but it's just different, right? So anyway, we'll see. I answered her. I said I'd be happy to. And we'll see what happens with that one. But I'm like, what a weird day already. Started out really weird. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope so too. I hope so too. It's remote. So if my house ever does sell, I won't have to worry about changing jobs, right? I can live here or there when I move back to where my kids are. There's something in my eye. So that in itself is a really good thing. And then Percy won't ever have to be alone because I worry about Percy. He's a very needy pug. I'm just like, what? But I did when my mom was literally driving me insane. I did some God, there's something in my eye. I did some TikToks and like short videos about I need to follow people that are caring for their elderly parent. This is so hard. And I was very transparent. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. So I will say that to the entire country if anybody really wants to know. It was so hard. It really was the hardest thing I've ever done. Harder than taking care of 3 kids under the age of 4. So my own 3 kids under the age of 4. Yeah. You remember that? Yeah. So we'll see. Anyway, I answered them. We'll see if they get back to me. My daughter's like, it's easy because her husband did one with ABC GMA once. And she said it was just a Zoom call and then they just take clips of it. So I'm like, okay, does that? It's not like I'm already on the national news or something when they're questioning me. She's like, no, it's easy. So I can do that. It's just a Zoom call. So we do those all the time, right? Right. Okay. It's very strange, different. But anyway, I'm happy to help people caring for their elderly parents. If there's some people that I can help based on my experience, I definitely have things to say and how I got through it. As you know, a lot of getting through it was just venting to you guys and my chats and along the way, that kind of thing. So, but I want to know, I want to tell them that it wasn't easy and I did complain about it and I did feel very alone and angry at my siblings at times and just the lack of other people understanding and my freedom was taken away and well, I don't want to do too much negative, but it was really hard. I mean, to the point where look, I had to take a stress leave from work. So it was really hard. Um, and then at the same time, I will say that I do not regret it at all. I don't regret it. I feel like she got the best care anybody could ever get, one-on-one care. Your oldest daughter, who's also a nurse, hospice nurse at the time, who understands what's happening. So, if they ask me these questions, I'll just give both sides of it, right? That's what makes most sense. So, okay. Lindsay Clancy. Anybody got anything new to add to the Lindsay Clancy trial from today or yesterday before we start streaming? I know they're having a short day today in court. So we'll just see where we're at there. But you guys, yesterday, I was over it. I'm over the police officers. I'm over the lab. We know the tox results. We know the kids didn't have anything in their system. We know there were no fingerprints. Now let's get to the point. Right. Helping others with an experience that wasn't a Disney movie. Everything's sweet and rewarding, but ABC will probably want you to come up with some sweet stuff too. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, you know what? I think the sweet part I can say is during COVID, she was so upset and alone and isolated that I bought a whole house to move her into because I was so worried about her. Now, let's go on to the how much I regret that decision. No, she's zippy Kathy. No, I do not. I said I do not regret it. Thank you. Missed yesterday's stream. Hi, Clownville. Because of surgery. Oh, that's right. How'd it go? You're recovering? so I can tune in and watch with y'all. Thank you. I'm glad you're doing okay. Are you doing okay? How's recovery going? Hopefully you're on the mend. Don't do too much. Take it easy. Post-op day 1 is a big deal. Big deal. Post-op day 2 kind of, I know Bella's here, right? Post-op day 2 can be a little harder than post-op day 1. Our past does not control our future. You brought awareness of caring for an elderly parent with dementia. Yeah, that's what I did. I did it. Gave up a lot of my life, really. Seriously, I didn't go on one single date in the 5 years I cared for her. Nothing. But I did, you guys know, I do have my priorities. I did escape once a year on my vacation to Greece. Actually, 1 year I actually went to Greece, Hawaii, and to Sonoma. That was like the peak year. Like, I gotta get out of here year, right in the middle of the whole thing. But yes, that's really what you need to do. You need to still take care of yourself. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else. They told us in nursing school, picture a big pitcher of water and fill it up. And as you give and give to your patients, give to your family, give to this, pouring it out, pouring it out, pouring out. By the time you pour it out and give to everybody, it's empty. So you can't keep giving something that's empty. So you have to fill it back up for yourself. You have to do things for yourself. They can just take that clip. That's good, right? Hey, come on. you got some clips now. Post-op day 3, most times the most difficult. Really? Oh, there's a nanny testimony today? Okay, cool. You did hear part of it. Okay. Ended at noon their time. So they just ended when we're kind of getting started. Perfect. Thank you. If it were not for watching the trial with you, Kathy, and the awesome chat, I would have stopped watching by now. No significant witnesses. Yeah. Like, come on. I'm actually really, truly dying for the expert witnesses, the psychiatrists that can talk about postpartum, perinatal mental health, postpartum psychosis, how it presents, what it can look like. Everything is going good. Thank you for asking. Good. Very sore. I'm taking it easy. Awesome. You take it easy. You are still a patient, whether you're home recovering or not. Sending you healing vibes and a complete speedy recovery. Clown Bill, yes, we are. Carolina, thank you for that. It'll be a whole different experience working full time and not having that 24/7 responsibility. That's another thing. I mean, it's no, I'll be doing like this. I've been doing this and they've been pretty good. I'm not sitting there like, I'm gonna go check on my mother. You know, you guys remember. Oh, here she comes. You know, what's she doing? Oh God, she can't figure out the ice cube maker. Let me give you right back. She's hearing knocking again. Nobody's knocking. Nobody's knocking. You know, all that stuff. I sent it to my sister and she's like, well, mom's giving you a little recognition from the grave. Isn't that nice? Appreciation or something like that. Yes, healing bed. You have cataract surgery on Friday. Good luck to you. You're welcome. My mom fell, fractured her femur, now in memory care, physical therapy, rehab, now in memory care. I want her out of the facility. She's in Indiana. I want her here in Florida with me. The facility, you know how they are. I had patients in the facilities when I was caring for my mom, and I would come home and be like, look, lady, you're so lucky. No, I didn't say that. I said that in my head because the facilities do not give them the loving care that we do as daughters. But it's hard, I'm telling you. One of my best friends and I were talking yesterday, and she's like, oh my God, Kathy, I was just at my mom's. Her mom still lives independently. She's like, I just can't believe what you went through. She's like, my mom is still living independent, and it's getting to me. Just having to go over there and make sure everything's right and fill in her prescription, like everything you have to do. And she's like, I don't know how you did it. And I'm like, I don't really have a choice. Like there was no, but she's like, oh, I can't do it. I'll never be able to do it. She's like, if it gets to that point with my mom, we're putting her in like a memory care, assistive, whatever. But yeah, I mean, I know it's not for everybody, and we don't want people that can't do it doing it, because that would not be the best care. Oh, wow, Melissa. She was happy once she did that. New eyes after that. That's awesome. STS stated the Commonwealth may rest this week. Oh, wow. Holy cow. Okay. Where's the experts? If they rest this week, they must not have any. The Commonwealth needs to bring some damn experts too, so we can see the other side of this. It's talking about the dang wrists. Yes. I heard med info was frustrating. Very. Okay, we're going to look at that today. Frustrating. Okay. Oh, I love the idea that your mother is working behind the scenes to acknowledge her. Better not talk about the Eneman snacks spelling. Oh my God. And the Pepsi. When she was still ordering her own Instacart, she just had to do it. She had to do it. We started getting all junk food. All junk food was showing up, donuts, cookies, candy, and Pepsi. And one time she ordered like 16 cases of Pepsi. And I was like, you ordered 6? Where are we going to put all this? She's like, I didn't do that. Those people on the other end are just stupid. They're just stupid. The people that work there are stupid. I bet they're going to get fired for that. Like, pretty sure you hit 16. Yeah, it is understandable that you would want her with you for sure. I mean, that's where I was. She was in assisted living during COVID, and I was like, I gotta help her. We got to get her out of there. And then she was like, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you. This is so beautiful, this house. And then after that, it was like, get me the hell out of here. I hate this place. The lady that runs this place is terrible. Like, I run this place. But she always knew who I was. But she, for some reason in her head, she also thought I was somebody else, some lady that runs this place. And breaking a femur, how old is she, Bella? That's a big deal, right? Okay. We become our parents. Yeah. My mom is 85, but lives in Northern California. So don't know what I'm going to do when she needs care. I think about that. Yeah. It's big decisions. It's a lot. I am the last sibling living. Both my brothers passed away. Oh my gosh, at young ages. I'm so sorry. Oldest brother passed in March from a botched surgery. Oh my God. And you're a surgical nurse. That had to just really kill you. In Indianapolis. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. One of my cousins, she died after a routine hysterectomy, like the next day. I her dad was like, "No, I'm not doing an autopsy." I was like, "Oh, there's something going on." Probably nicked her bladder or something, Something went on. All right. The Pepsi. Yep, the Pepsi. The Pepsi. I took pictures. Look at all this Pepsi we got. Anybody want some Pepsi? After the family get-togethers and stuff, eventually all the Pepsi's gone, and she drank a lot of it. I didn't care anymore. I was like, "Go to town, lady. Drink your Pepsi, eat your cookies. I'm tired of fighting about it." Thank you, thank you. And she raised me, and I was not an easy kid to raise. I was good, let me tell you, but I was mouthy to her. I never got in trouble at school or anything like that, but I was her biggest challenge as far as like a kid, because the boys were like, whatever, mom. Yes, mom. My mom would say, Jimmy would just say yes and then do what he wanted anyways, but you always have to give me a hard time. And I'm like, I don't think it works like that. Okay. But I didn't change you can't change your personality. Um, Kathy, but remember laughing when your mom said that about the lady that runs this place. Still laughing about this. Like, yeah, the lady that runs this place. I don't know what her name is. She's a wicked witch. I agree with you. Now, can I fix your dinner? What do you want? Cookies? No. All right. Hello. Welcome. Oh my gosh. 81 years old and paying 10,000 cash for memory care. I can hire a private nurse for half that. Yes, you can. Totally. Memory care is so expensive. That's why people are like, can't you put her in memory care? I'm like, with what? We don't have, she doesn't have that money, and I don't have that money, and my siblings aren't willing to because they're like, she's fine with you. Why would we get her out of there? You're a nurse. You're doing it. You chose to you decided to move her there. I heard that all the time. You decided to move her in. It was your idea. Yeah, it was hilarious. All right, let's share the screen and get busy into the trial. Here we go. We will stop and chat, obviously. Here comes Kitty Cat again. All right, let's see if we can get to the front of it. Oh, come on, Kitty Cat. Oh. Get down. Get down. Go get the birds. Oh, look, there's birdies. Go. There's two. Look. Oh my gosh, there's one. There's like 6 birdies. Kitty Cat, go. Go get them. There's 6 birds right now up there on the wall. Go get them. This guy, this co-host of mine right here, this black cat, he's the second problem. Wonder if ABC wants to talk about being a cat and owner of a high maintenance cat, because we can talk about that too. Okay, there we go. I don't know where we're at here. I just went to right where I first started seeing people. I have not drinking my coffee yet.
All rise. Jurors enter.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Okay, so I was listening to some other TikToks and channels and stuff like that about the bows in the prosecutor's hair, which I've always thought they have really poor fashion style, but I'm not going to say anything. And apparently someone said Cora loved bows, and it was in her obituary or something like that. Cora loved bows in her hair. And so I guess they're doing that to honor Cora, which I don't know if that's really appropriate, but I mean, they are there for the kids, but isn't that wild? I kind of believe it, because what grown woman wears those bows in their hair every single day? Big bow. Okay. You're fine. Go get the birds. Oh, also, you guys, don't forget Turtle Boy tonight with Christina Mack to talk about the Lauren Matthias stuff, the stalking injunction and all that happened. Yes, she did wear those bows, didn't she?
Yes.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present.
Bogate.
She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right.
That's
Good
what I
morning
heard.
again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule.
Her parents, those are Lindsay's mom and dad.
Sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case?
Yes, we watched Chatting with Kathy last night.
As a juror. Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention?
Hey, Kayla. Here comes Kayla.
Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get
He
to
does
that
sound like
point,
Dr.
would
Oz.
be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check
Yep,
as we go.
She's
through.
got the
All
ding
right?
bow.
And I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Big old
if
bow.
there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth
Oh, they did?
calls Etan Negri.
We'll try to find that later. Who? I'll hide myself in a minute after we find out, because I might have something to say. That's what we're here for.
You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now found which you Tom Walton is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a
That's right.
seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician
Okay.
assistant.
And
I'll take
did
it.
you go to school for that?
Yes.
No.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
wonder
What,
if he
what
did
were your
her
general
sutures.
duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you form.
I wonder if he did the stitches. If this is about the wrists again, I'm gonna lose it. I'm just wondering because a lot of times the PAs will do stuff like that. Okay, keep going, Kathy.
Formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this
I
particular
guessed that.
patient had
Oh my
injuries
God.
that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
Justine,
What were the
really?
injuries?
I was kind of
She
joking.
had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to
Healing.
manage those things, yes.
Okay. And as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it
didn't call
pertained to the
those?
wrists,
He didn't call,
did
what?
you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
He did not call the wrist superficial. Everybody else did. Superficial on her neck didn't need stitches. Interesting.
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team.
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both
Hold on.
sides of the body. So both.
Hold on. What'd I do? Where'd it go? I messed something up. Hold on. Cancel. Oh, there he is. Okay. I don't know what button I pushed. See, these people are stressing me out. Okay, here we go.
Wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness?
Me.
Showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as tonight's 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
Honestly, if I was on that jury right now, I would be like, they proved nothing to me, and I don't care what the rest of you say.
And
I'm
just gonna
not-
show on the screen what's now been marked as
I'm
exhibit
not going for their
201, and you should be able
side.
to see it sir, on the
At this
screen in front of
point.
you. Can you see that?
proved nothing
Yes.
to me. Nothing.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the
And
sutures
steri
that you
strips.
did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it,
Oh,
was
really?
there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that,
Justine says, Kathy, I think the same way. If I were on the jury, the Commonwealth has nothing. So it's so wasting time. Just wait. The judge gets a little irritated too. Good, fine. I'm irritated, but yeah, I'm happy to hear that. This is so annoying. This isn't even necessary. She had a couple sutures on her wrist with a broken back, with the fact that she coded, with the fact that she's got leaking cerebral spinal fluid, which the fact she needed surgery, which the fact her other injuries are life threatening. Her body temperature was 82 when she came in, needing like dead cold. And we're all about the wrists. She's downplaying the wrist like she's fake suicide, fake suicide. That's what she's trying to say, Kayla. Yeah, I know. And all the EMTs said, well, they weren't bleeding. They weren't bleeding. They didn't need anything. They didn't need anything. I'm like, well, think about it. If her body temperature was 82, she had lost a bunch of blood. She was probably vasoconstricting, right? Hypovolemic and hypotensive and hypothermic, all the hypos. She had all the hypos. So them all downplaying the risk at that point was just silly. And now we got to this. I hope somebody medical is on that dang jury. Please let there be somebody with common sense, with medical knowledge. Because they need to understand that they're beating a dead horse, basically. And we cannot put somebody in prison for life without some very good evidence that they belong there. So
time, no.
Just gonna show you 2 more photos.
she did want to die. You're right. She really did. You don't try
From
3
my
different
view.
things.
Yes. And are those the suture that you did on the
Okay,
left
bow
wrist of
lady.
Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I moved to the next 2 weeks ago.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
I want to pull her hair. Okay, I'm getting petty now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there in on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer up shot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the
Stupid
white
bow lady.
strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Look, it took me to day 7
Now,
to
in
start
relation
actually
to
getting
any
snarky
of
with
these
her.
wounds on the right or
Pretty
the
good.
left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And
Well,
did
yeah.
you have to return
What's
at any
next?
point, to your knowledge, to
Muscle?
readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Really?
Remington.
That's it?
Is it, Mr. Negri?
She didn't
Henry, yes,
lean
sir.
over and say something to you like,
And,
oh, by the
You're not a
way,
doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what
I
it
did
is?
That's
those
correct,
just
yes.
for a joke.
And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my 2nd year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
Go,
And
Kevin.
would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to a wrist, right?
Correct.
Superficial.
In addition to the,
See,
as indicated on
he's annoyed
page
with it too.
75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide. There's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity,
Except for the
3.5
nurses.
centimeter deep
Carolyn.
laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
but you knew that they were in there, that they were draining the blood. Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the
Okay.
imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Right.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that.
And then
portion of
there's
time, yes.
the crash teams and everybody
Didn't
hopefully
really stop
revives the
beating
person,
either.
right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Right off of these.
Sorry.
I would object.
I always forget I have those little sound
I don't want
effects.
to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you,
I
sir.
know, and these people downplay the code.
I may just
Well,
ask
not
a
really
question.
death.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that
Just
right?
VFib.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records. That's labeled
Bo lady.
Brigham and Women's, page 76. And you're just,
Bo doesn't even match.
Specifically, just how are you doing?
yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph.
Just need some highlights.
Exam.
I'm getting catty. I'm getting catty Kathy. Catty Kathy here.
That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's
Yeah,
noted
Carolina
that the right
Needs to do that
upper
too.
extremity, left
Keep
upper
doing it.
extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration. Deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that
Subjective.
it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
Doesn't matter
skin.
what we say, it's what the records say.
I understand. Go ahead. Just, you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
And
Percy.
as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, based on his
Anything on that?
assessment.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set.
Obviously, his assessment said they needed to be repaired. Why does she want to go backwards? I think that the Commonwealth Office is watching the comments made about this prosecution.
Trudy
It's not
Buckingham,
just
please.
us. She is
The
being
Commonwealth would call Nicholas
criticized on
Roberts
other
if he's
channels.
next,
Yes,
please.
I believe they do. I don't know which channels they're watching, but I do believe that they do. Because it's happened before in courts, like cases you're like, we just talked about that. That's weird. Now they're bringing it up. So I do think so. Who's this? He don't look happy to be there, whoever he is.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Ella, yeah.
Why don't you stop, please?
You kind of conceal the
Good morning, sir.
code or make like it was not important. They are, which people aren't stupid.
Counsel.
Thank
Right.
you. Good morning.
The jury's
Good
not
morning.
stupid.
Could you
as
please
a
tell the
whole,
jurors
for
your first
sure.
and last name
It's Nicholas Roberts.
and where you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the
Back to the
toxicology
lab.
unit
Back
How
to
long
the
did you work for the
tops.
crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the?
Let's get to, he's going to say if he has anything to do with the results. She had benzo, Seroquel, trazodone, Remeron, lamotrigine in her system. Okay, next.
Toxicology unit.
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While
Yeah,
being
seems
hired on the
like it,
job,
Bella.
they provide
Ridiculous.
training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to
I know
Hold
the
on.
gentleman.
We
he's
have to go one
qualified.
at, hold on. One at a time. Good. Is there
I'm
an
just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right.
Right, let's move it
Counsel.
along.
Thank you.
We get it.
Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
no, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case.
Yes.
And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values. So we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our approach.
Thank you, Nancy. I've been listening to your channel since the beginning of the trial. I appreciate your perspective and knowledge. I do not work in the healthcare system, but know people have been harmed by it. Yeah, plenty of people have. You're right. Yeah. That's what we got to stop or help stop for sure. Please let the defense have, and welcome, Nancy. Thank you for being here. Please let the defense have registered pharmacists come testify and the drug company rec pharmacist experts. Yes, big too. Yep. Oh, listen from the SoCal desert. Me too. That's where I'm at. We're neighbors. Welcome. Nice to have you. It's hot. It's 94 right now, my house. Right, you guys.
Our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
It might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
so would Your Honor just like me to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
I'm kind of sick of you. You're right. A little snarky from the judge. Like, no. Ooh. What do you think about that? That was a little, I think he's getting a little frustrated too, it sounds like. I hope they have a plan too. I think the case is going to be far more interesting. Oh yeah. It's not going to be one of those cases where they don't, present a case like Vallow. Let's see. Thermo Fisher Scientific shirt he's wearing. Interesting. Side note. Recent big scandal about this company. Suspicious data over. Listen to you, my little investigative reporter, researcher behind the scenes. Suspicious data over 100 instances of apparent image manipulation and altered blot data. Ooh, well, no good. He is a nice judge. He's very patient. So that's what I mean. Like, he's not one of those judges that are just like always out of patience. That's the first time I've seen that. Interesting. Sure. Pharmaceutical experts for sure. For sure. Okay. Let's see what they get done with the sidebar business. Looks like it's just about done. Okay. You're doing the side research to stay awake. Well, good job. We appreciate it. Bow lady. I mean, if the judge can get irritated, then I can too, right? Yeah. I'd like to know more about the these attorneys on the prosecution, their experience, what kind of cases they've tried, all that kind of stuff. But it doesn't really matter.
Sir,
They're not convincing me.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology.
Okay, people are going to say she was addicted to benzos. I've seen that so far. But as a nurse, I think she took a bunch of benzos to fall asleep and die, and it didn't work. And she was still awake, and there was a time crunch, right? Then she tried to cut her wrists, and that was like, that freaking hurts. And she's in a psychosis, if this is true, if this is how it all went down, that she's like, screw it, I'm just going to dive out the window. Like, whoa, I'll be dead by the time Patrick gets back. That's what I think. I know people are going to be like, see, she was addicted to benzos, but I'm not getting that. I'm getting she overdosed or tried to and didn't pass out yet in time. And the judge is frustrated with her. Then you know it has to be bad. Wonders if she has been directed to call all these witnesses. Oh, maybe, yeah. Like from her bossy bosses. Hey, mama.
Report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines. There's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Which is the Remeron.
quetiapine metabolite, and
Seroquel.
trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for, mirtazapine.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to look at it too. But all those benzos make me think she was trying to OD, because that's quite a bunch to take together. Have you ever taken? I've taken Ativan. It just makes me calm. One, like I don't know, small amount though, probably the lowest dosage you could take is what I've taken before. And that, what's that? And then, but all of them, because she did have them, because she tried this one and that one didn't work, and this one didn't work right, or whatever, doesn't work for her. But I think at this point but that's just mine. Like as a juror, yeah, you could totally be like, she's taken all these different meds based on her mental health. Oh, you have? Did I not see you? Maybe I am a senior citizen. Okay. But my point now is, if he can't tell us the levels, why is he here? We need somebody that tells us how much was in her system. We already know it was there. 3 other 4, 10, 12 people told us. Okay, gotcha. That's a spam call. Go away. All right, I'm going. No, it's not for you, Percy. Comes running when my phone rings. So I don't have no idea why a dog comes running when
And
the phone rings.
the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the
quetiapine makes you very sleepy.
5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
Okay.
No further questions.
Did anybody learn anything new there? Am I the only
Morning.
one that is
Morning.
like
How you doing?
not learning things new?
Not
Hey,
too bad, yourself?
Journey.
All right. Just a couple of
Welcome.
brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
100%, Mama. I do. I have a whole thing of prednisone in there that I was supposed to take with when I had a cough, but I hate taking prednisone. The brand new box has been there for 2 years in my bathroom cabinet. So yeah, a lot of people, because you're not really just supposed to throw them out, right? You have to put them or take them somewhere. So yeah, a lot of people keep their meds around. In fact, a lot of people keep their meds around where it made me crazy as a hospice nurse because I'm like, what's this? Are you taking this? No. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Okay, we're gonna, like trying to do the med reconciliation is because in hospice they can't have any meds together with the meds that they're actually prescribed on the list. So if the state comes in to do an audit and they can go into people's houses, Medicare or the state, and they're looking at it and they're like, well, she has diazepam in here, but that was DC'd or she didn't have that. It's not on the med rec. That was the biggest thing with my hospice job was the meds and people's houses, trying to get in people's houses, trying to get the meds. Who's this? The wife. Oh, that's mine. Like, don't put them together. It took so much of my day every single day. And then they'd move around. That one's in this bathroom cabinet. That one's in this bathroom cabinet. That one's over here. And you're like, can we just put them all in one box when we're using? Then you come back and they're all scattered again. It's, oh my God. Especially old people, Old people are the worst. With their meds. They're just, ugh. Okay, yep, nothing new. Also, when did she take them? Could be that she was drowsy, hence maybe cuts not as deep as the prosecution would say, right? Med stocking, right? That means she was taking her meds responsibly. Therapeutic levels found in her tox screen. Couldn't find Adderall for patients to save our lives. On and off for 3 years. Oh, during COVID?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us. I'm
Okay,
not sure
test
of-
tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
That's fair. That's fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure. But nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney
I
asked you
agree,
about
Kayla.
different
I would not have patience for that. at all.
benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
Explain.
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft
sure.
or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize, and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there.
That had come up once before. He had to point that out. Oh, it came up when Patrick was on the stand. He's like, well, he had him in the house.
Come on.
Your Honor, at this time,
Come on.
upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
That-
Yes,
that-
that's by agreement, Judge.
All right, so by agreement, that may be admitted.
That makes sense because they keep saying it's the Seroquel and the quetiapine.
Commonwealth would
So
call
to
Dr.
make sure that
Jonathan Brower
they
as
know
his
they're the
next
same thing.
witness.
Overprescribed. She should have been kept in mental health. I agree with you with all these meds. Right. They should have been adjusting her meds under observation for sure. I agree with you 100%.
Testifying the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury without an outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant.
Who's this? Looks like a cop again. I'm just saying. Ahead. It's probably some lab guy again.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does
Oh
your
my God.
laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do
Hold on.
postmortem.
All right. So wait, postmortem. Is this gonna be about the kids again? Okay, I'll just let him talk. Because I was gonna say something, but I need more information.
Work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states
Right, Mama.
and across the
Agree
country?
with you on
We
that.
are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry,
Where did you get that from?
the University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run
the cases in batches. So we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15,
Sorry,
30 or
guys,
40
my
at a
phone
time.
rang and it was my son.
So as
and then
far
when I
as running
answered
a
it,
particular
it paused everything.
test and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory,
No,
correct?
That is correct.
that was me.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have a clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
I was going to say.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as
No.
Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for
Yes.
bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
Yeah,
And
25
trazodone,
milligrams. She was on higher
um,
than that.
What's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I
Sleep
suggest
and antidepressant. I'll help you
trazamine,
out.
is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize. I
That's
only
okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
correct.
And
Yeah,
what class of drug is that?
that's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one
Right,
that's
mama.
a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break, then we'll come right back, all right?
So you have to go potty? It's kind of random out of the blue, not at a natural break price. If you pull up your state PCP for a patient, it only gives you controlled meds. Right. And none of those are controlled. Then you're talking about like Norco, morphine, the big opioids mostly. He had some Taco Bell lettuce last night. Might have. The judge has had it with these meds.
All right, we'll be right, this will be a short break, just for a short recess, we'll come right back out.
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
He probably got a text message. The judge got tired of hearing the same repetitive thing. I don't blame him. We never prescribe Traz for an antidepressant. Just saying, it was almost always for sleep. Yeah. They had my mom on trazodone for sleep and Seroquel for sleep and her hallucinations. And I know that was abrupt. That's what I mean. Like, gotta go. Potty time. Oh yeah, benzo. Sorry. Yes, benzo. Sorry. He's gonna chat about the stipulation. Okay, good. He needs to. He's like, come on. I don't know. Why couldn't they just bring this guy on first? Why'd they need all those other people? Just bring the doctor. He can tell you what everything is and what the levels are. The other people couldn't tell you all that. They just thought, I'll work for the lab. They were there. So I go, check. Like, okay, maybe 2 of them. I'll give you 2 of them, but not all of them. PCP will give you the Adderall, the lorazepam payments. Gotcha. They're confusing the jury intentionally. Sounds like it, because they don't have anything. I mean, their whole case so far hasn't proved to me whether she was in her right mind. Premeditated murder, isn't that the whole point? So again, for me, all of this about the drugs is only proving she needed help. She has mental health issues, the Commonwealth supporting the defense case. Yeah. And that's what my daughter said too. She goes, just seeing that they've prescribed all those different meds for her, I can tell you she needed help and she was having postpartum psychosis, I believe her, or depression / escalating. All right, should I zoom? Their little break is taking a little too long here. Sometimes I zoom and it's a short break, but this is a longer break then. Okay. Should be back now. Trazodone is for sleep. I was given for my insomnia. I refuse to take any kind of pills except my BP. Yeah, it's also an antidepressant, a mild antidepressant, trazodone. But mostly with my hospice patients, we always gave it for sleep. Thought we were coming back. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're right. To me, they're just proving that she needed help, not that it just is way too elaborate to plan for 3 months that you're gonna kill your kids by checking yourself into the ER. And then it's just too coordinated of somebody that needs help, not somebody that's like trying to get a backstory so it looks good. Yeah, I know the thyroid, I'm curious. Trauma to the thyroid gland is possibly life-threatening condition. Yes, I want to know more about the possibility of thyroid injury. If it was factual according to the CT scans, that can be an issue. Yeah, that's a big deal too, for sure. But the prosecution don't care about anything that was possibly life-threatening. They're like, wow, let's not talk about that. Is used mostly off-label for sleep
Are we
or
all set for the jury?
depression. Oh, lady. I hope the jury looks at the meds the way we do. Yes, I do too. I agree, Bella. And I've wondered.
All right, jurors enter.
And more info as well. Yeah, they're dancing around it. Hopefully, the defense will bring it up. You keep getting booted. Wait, I didn't do it for sleep. Off label for sleep. Oh, my back hurts. Yeah, they have never even brought that up.
Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and
The
including
only
the
person that's brought up is the
All right.
defense so far,
All right,
Bella.
counsel?
Thank you.
Yes. gotcha,
Dr.
Mama.
Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life. And this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Different
Yes, ma'am.
ones.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's
I think
perfect.
that's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
what are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes, or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become lethargic or sleepy.
Okay, and would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
Stop. Come here.
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Or like respiratory depression, right? Hold on, I'm looking at you guys' comments. Who was the person that turned her away because she was doing good enough not to be hospitalized because she was noticing her issues? That was one of the mental health places that was, I think, was involved with the perinatal mental health, if I got it right. All the ones mentioned are great for anxiety. It's when you stop using, run out of them. It's what's worse. Yes, kitty cat. He's bored right now. Now he's playing with the curtain. Yep. Suppressed breathing, yeah. Respiratory depression, no. Valium, clonopine could stop your heart while you dream away. Used together. McLean Hospital had her inpatient. It was a different place. Was it an inpatient psychiatric care at McLean Hospital, specialized behavioral? It wasn't McLean. It was something after McLean, I think. Maybe before. I need a timeline of everywhere she went. A hospital that's globally released. Renowned. What? Renowned. Yeah, McLean is global, like supposed to be one of the best mental health facilities in the entire country. She was there for 5 days.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs,
Nothing.
if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Was it CARES?
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal
Antidote.
agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have, to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
But EMS always does Narcan if they don't know. It's just one of the things they're going to do if they don't know what happened. Like,
Good morning.
Dr. Brower.
right? Where are my EMTs?
So one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
But if I was juror right now, I'd be a little confused because they're trying to make the point initially that she didn't take her meds. And now they're showing that she had all these meds in her system. So if she didn't want to take her meds and she was faking, but then she took her meds to fake suicide, it just doesn't add up in my head. You know what I mean? Like there's people online going, she didn't even take her meds that were prescribed. She didn't take them. And then we're coming over here and we're like, okay, toxicology shows basically seven in her system. So did she take her meds or did she not take her meds? Was it fake suicide? So she took her meds when she wasn't supposed to be taking her meds just to fake you out because she wasn't, you know what I mean? Like that's where my head would be as a juror right now. Massachusetts General Hospital, Boston, Mass. In before that. Mid-December, Clancy visited the emergency room at this facility where she also previously been employed as a labor and delivery nurse. So she went to her hospital, which is where they never want. You do want to go. You want to go where you think it's a good hospital, right? And McLean was the New Year's Eve check-in. Okay. McLean should not be released. Lindsay, 5 days, not enough time. No. Unless they documented that she insisted on leaving because it was Cora's birthday and they advised her not to, but I don't think that was documented. I think they agreed she could leave. That's where they're going. Saying the meds she took before jumping was another fake. That's what I think. Because they're only at therapeutic levels. They're not at overdose to kill yourself levels, according to this doctor guy. But again, he doesn't have backstory. Yeah. Good morning. HMSG, Gen X lady. I'm calling you Gen X. Good point, Kathy. Prosecution contradicts themselves. Hope, yeah, they're so and initially in their opening statement, they said it was fake suicide, but then she was such a control freak, she wanted to take her kids with her. Once I got released that jury room, I'd be like, there's just way too many things that contradict themselves in their theory. They don't have a solid theory. To me, I feel like they're just trying to gamble that the jurors are dumb and that they're going to rely on their emotions about 3 children being dead instead of looking at the whole picture. That's what I think right now that they're doing because they're all over the place. I don't think she left AMA, but if she did, that would help the McLean's, side of the case. But I think they let her go. So I think that's why they're on the lawsuit. Hey, Dental Lori, trying to listen as I can. Welcome, welcome. Patients can be court ordered to remain in mental health. They absolutely can. They can. The wrong group of drugs at therapeutic levels can turn you into a schizo. Makes sense too. Especially when you're already having mental health struggles. You're more prone for sure. Hey, sunshine. But here's the thing in favor of the hospital. Lindsay was spending time with her parents and her husband around Christmas, and they are saying they had no idea she was so close to snapping. True. They're trying to have it both ways because they know she had no motive. Only the meds explain it. It's not cohesive, right? Dental. All right.
Which one?
And her suit's malpractice, right? Medical malpractice?
She's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level.
It's not me. It's not me.
Pines
There we go.
were within therapeutic, thank you.
Wasn't
within
me.
Therapeutic level.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
All right.
How
I
about
see where he's going.
Quetiapine is the number 3.
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per, what is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood,
I
correct?
see.
In the blood, correct.
You don't want an interview? I will go over it. Let's do this weekend. For sure. Maybe a Saturday. What do you guys think? We can do it. Just like all day on this and then to do it. To be fair, the hospital, which I don't really want to be, if her husband and her mother didn't see how bad she was, it stands to reason that people who didn't know her might not notice either. Right? If she's not completely forthcoming with her symptoms, because I mean, at least 80, I would say, % of a assessment on a patient is their help with it, right? My mom would be like, no. like, tell him about this, tell about that, tell about that. He can't diagnose you without you telling him. This was before she got bad, you know? So yeah, people are like that all the time. I'm like, your input will make or break what a doctor can, you, they can't diagnose you with something if they don't know what's going on. So if she played it down, but the fact that she was going there for help, I would think she would tell them exactly. I don't know. But obviously the lawsuit is saying she was misdiagnosed along the way, right? I mean, that's just kind of the bottom line. Or overprescribed meds. Doctors would have known about her. Yeah, and see, I think that's the biggest thing. Nobody diagnosed her with bipolar, which she probably should have been diagnosed with her when she had the postpartum episodes with the other babies. Because remember we said 50% of women diagnosed with bipolar disorder are diagnosed during the postpartum period. Probably with the hormone shift and everything, it just really rears its head. I don't understand masking mental illness works. Maybe a question for your daughter. Yeah, I can ask her that for sure. But behind the scenes, being with a psychiatric and neuropsychologist for 17, 18 years, 2 things about being accepted into a mental health facility through an ER mostly. Miss Bipolar. Hi, time traveler. This case is a nightmare. I think she will be convicted, but I also think they have good chance of winning the medical malpractice cases. She should have been in the mental hospital. So sad. Back to part 2 here. The ER doctor needs to get a hold of an office to get records. They have to be suicidal or homicidal with a plan, right? Because you can't just go in and be like, well, like you know, I have a scratch on my knee in the ER, and we'll be like, well, let's just clean it and send you home. There has to be, and then obviously the H&P, the history, right? You have to know somebody's history. Middle of the night in the ER, not that easy to get. But everybody should use Epic, and then everybody could access everything, and then I would be happy. Wrong meds with bipolar can throw you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 2, I could fast track, skip the ER, would take hours. In the meantime, the person's losing it, right? Just mixing all these meds is like putting fuel to the fire. So, right, as a nurse, if in my mind, I would probably just mix them to take them to have suicide. If I was having suicidal ideation, I would just take a bunch of different ones, whatever. It makes sense in my mind, but again, I'm not a psych nurse. It is a medical emergency. Postpartum psychosis is a medical emergency. Somebody's having postpartum psychosis, you get them to the hospital today, right now, the second. Right, absolutely. And that's where I think it's misunderstood. Somebody will give you the hospital for a heart attack if you collapse, if you conk your head and break it open, but postpartum psychosis, people are like, what's going on with her? Sounds like many doctor visits were very quick and uncoordinated with other people she had seen, according to lawsuit. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Very difficult to coordinate with other providers and in network and out or whatever, you know, how insurance works too. It has a big part. Had to have a long history with the patients, know if they're seriously suicidal. Yeah, I don't think and did you guys see what happened with Perez Hilton last night? Anybody see that? He was on TikTok for like 30 minutes. He had like a psychotic episode. He had no clothes on. He was cutting himself. I didn't see the video. I saw Zach Peter do a TikTok on it and recommended don't look at the video, and I don't want to look at the video. But he was recently in the hospital for sepsis. And anyway, he barricaded himself in his house in Miami. They did finally get him to come out. and they put him in an ambulance, and that's the last I heard because I went to bed. I don't know, but he's probably in lockdown right now, you know, seeing what's going on. But somebody had mentioned, and I asked my sister, I'm like, do you think based on the sepsis he has something going on with his brain? And I guess there is a post-sepsis psychosis that you can get in your brain. So I thought that was like, whoa. We have to say the right stuff. We know as nurses, all these meds prescribed is botched up. Yes. Take this, take that, stop this, take that. You're not been on it. You want to, you know, didn't work. She didn't like it. Or bad effects, changing, not really going for the whole picture of what's going on with her, right? Not deserving, Lindsay, changing all these drugs. It's a bad situation. Yeah, that's what I heard. I saw a live going on about it. Yeah. It's so crazy. Poor guy. But you know what? How much empathy he had online was crazy. And I'm thinking, Lindsay Clancy, psychosis, Perez Hilton having a psychosis, psychotic episode, empathy there, but Lindsay Clancy, she's a murderer. You know what I mean? Like, compare the two, because a lot of people online have been like, if it was a man, would you be doing this? If it was a man, you would just lock her up. I don't know. It's not really, it's apples to oranges, but in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, a lot of empathy online, which is amazing. Not saying it shouldn't been. So did she have a history of lying or doing weird shoes for attention that might have made her lose credibility with medical staff? So far, no evidence of it. I don't see anything like that. She was such a structured nurse too. And her documentation on her own charting and her own self, plus her charting or having literally a journal of her first patients. I don't know if she kept track of every patient she had, normal vaginal, you know, delivery, augmentation or not, I don't want to see the video. Just like I don't want to hear the 911 call, Patrick, not listening to that. Awful. I saw that he was suicidal before. Was he before? Red flags. Do we know if she's back to work? No, she didn't go back to work. As soon as she was supposed to go back to work, she started having increased anxiety about leaving the kids, the baby, which we all did. I quit my job. I quit my flight attendant. I thought for sure when I had my first baby that I was going to go back to flying, be fine. And then I was like, I can't do it. I went back for like a month and I was like, I can't, I quit. So I had to be with my kid. I'm like, I cannot be somewhere else if he gets a fever. What if I'm in another state and I can't get home? You know, because I'm thinking flight attendant brain, right? I feel bad for PH mental health illness. Perez Hilton's mental illness. But the fact that he tried to kill himself on a live event is super sad for his family. I know, it's awful. Like, although it probably saved his life too, right? Because he was live, so people called. But yeah, horrible for his kids. No one died might be the difference for many people. She never went back to work. She was supposed to. And Kaylee, right? We all know how that feels, going back to nursing after having a baby. It's really hard. Even patients with UTI can experience psychotic or mental confusion, infections. Oh yeah, especially elderly people. Every time when my mom was first starting to get her cuckoo-ness going on, everybody's like, does she have a UTI? I'm like, no, believe me, we checked. We always check. And all my hospice patients do, let's get a UA, you know. Psychosis can be truly crazy. Minutes, hours, days. What you remember, what you think is real or fake. You can go to the hospital and then they can still turn you away. Those beds, I'm telling you, are gold. Yeah, they're hard to get beds. The most outrageous thing she did was to call 911 when she saw Cora crying on the baby cam. That was kind of bizarre. Oh yeah, when she was at work watching her own baby cam and asked for a wellness check. Okay, let me go back to this doctor guy.
So on the quietapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
This is what I had offered for failed.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
Yes, I have heard that postpartum psychosis is the one psychosis that can be cured, go away, which is interesting. But maybe if you have bipolar or something else too,
Yeah.
it doesn't. But I do believe that on postpartum.net, it says that it's the one thing that it can be cured, go away, which is really interesting. Oh, what are we doing now? Okay. Oh, so yeah, can look on postpartum.net and see. There's a lot of information there. I'm looking to see if ABC News got back to me. And then I'll let you know if you want my autograph. No, not yet. I'd also like to know what the offer is on my supposed job that they're gonna, because I'm not taking a pay cut. Although I have to go back to work at least by the end of the year. So I don't want to get desperate and find a job I don't want either, you know?
All right, so we're going to introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach,
True.
basically is an NMS lab.
I've encouraged a lot of
Same as the
people
same
to stop
numbers on the
breastfeeding
front
and just
page.
go back on their psych meds
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
because
Thank you, sir. That's all right.
you can't take care of a baby if you're not in your right mind as a mom,
Yeah,
right?
Commonwealth?
And thankfully we have formula.
Dr. Brower, you in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
Go,
submitted.
Judge.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits.
Oh, they literally were going to bring all these DNA experts up for that. Oh my God. No wonder they thought this case was going to last 6 to 8 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks or whatever they said, forever.
Counsel, do you want those?
She doesn't even want to hear that
published
about the
and read to
bands.
Jury or satisfied?
gotta be
that
so
they'll have
painful.
those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
I don't know.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set?
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Is this a bunch of blah, blah, blah?
The exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red brown stain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, if she wants you to read it.
Why are eyelids fluttering, do you think? I know she's probably holding back tears,
Well,
but
you know what? I
also
won't.
could be a side effect of
All
some
right,
kind of
so
medication.
that's what
too.
we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. I think these are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your.
Does she still
verdict.
bring out the DNA experts after this?
This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A,
We
item
do?
2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
Hold on. Okay, so tardive dyskinesia can make you do weird facial things, and it is a side effect of some psych meds. When everybody was making fun of Dr. John for licking his lips, like doing that constantly, I'm like, I wonder if he has tardive dyskinesia because he's doing that. Is he on some kind of psych meds? So here's what I just found, because eye fluttering, yes, can be that. Let me see, I put it here. Eye flutters involve rapid, involuntary blinking, twitching, or spasmodic eyelid movements, tardive blepharospasm. These symptoms stem from long-term use of dopamine blocking medications like antipsychotics, presenting as repetitive facial and eye movements that worsen with stress or fatigue. Right there. Yeah. So that's probably what it is, guys. It's a side effect of her medications. So she's clearly on her psych meds still.
That's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at
Hi,
NMS
Phil.
Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
You're welcome. Did you? About yawn?
You stop right there, raise your right hand for the flag, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
Oh, so
And
let
can
me
you
just
describe for us your
say,
educational background?
I have a bachelor's.
let me just say, I was not diagnosing John. I was just saying that those lip movements could be a side effect of a medication. I have no idea if he's on anything. That's just my opinion based on what I saw with that. That could be, some people have that. So just want to throw that out there. Right? But he does do it. So take it for what you will.
And master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the
Yeah.
jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency
Does
tests
anybody care if
to
I speed
guarantee
her
that
up?
you
I'm gonna
were
speed her up.
capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I've passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring rare mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection, and then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
Are you talking about,
Were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
are you talking about the tardive dyskinesia? Because I know when I did my psych rotation, there were plenty of people like in the 30s and stuff that did have that. It was really weird because my instructor pointed it out when we were in the lockdown. I did see it. She might just be on a heavy amount. Is that what you're talking about, Mama?
So there are two different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples. And this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes,
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
all controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-million times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they're gonna talk
You can
about
ask.
9 millions and how many
Council
people-
Casey over at sidebar.
This is gobbledygook. I love him. I'm sorry. If I had it, I would like him for my attorney. I would like him for my attorney. During test making strategies about the children. Thank you, Carolina. I mean, they stipulate it's honestly, if I was a juror, I'd be like, you're wasting our time. I don't know. I would personally, because I don't like my time wasted. It's the most valuable asset we have is our time, and to waste it or somebody else take advantage of it just rubs me the wrong way.
All right, Trees break.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 nonillion, is that more than there are people on the Earth?
that is more individuals that are on Earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from two individuals. There are three individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of two contributors, two people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of two contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.69 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000. Adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors again to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.69 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the backside of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is a big rumor going around that Kayla was saying that because she sent me some TikToks of people showing like his shoes were different and stuff. But I mean, so maybe they're trying to clear that up because that would, if his DNA isn't on the exercise bands, I guess. But I don't know. Okay, back to this.
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA.
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore, if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy
You
are
guys, I
excluded from
have
this
to
DNA
take a
profile.
break. But
And again, this is a
they're calling me. I'll be.
single contributor.
I'm going to put this
So,
on pause.
the
I'll be
DNA
right
profile
back.
of one
I have to
person
answer my
is found on
phone.
the swab, correct?
Hello. This is me. Hello. Hi, Roxanne. I'm good. Thanks.
Good. Congratulations. We're so excited to bring you on board.
I really appreciate that. That's much did you hear? Whatever. It wasn't anything that secret. Job offer. What did you hear? Did you hear where? Did you hear how much I'm going to make? Anyway, it's funny. Okay. Anyway, let's see. All right, I'll turn this back on. I always want to know how much you guys heard. Bo lady is Shannon. They're happy to have you on board. Oh, well, they should be. The beginning where they welcomed you in. Oh, okay. Because I had myself up here on the stage so when I answered, because I was like, I gotta get this call. Let me get it. Welcome aboard. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's a good offer. So I'm going to go ahead and accept it. Back to work. I want to retire. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not ready to retire. But I would, I'm just going to have to adjust my life a little bit here. But it's good. After the welcome, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So I was like, because my earbuds, I was like, are my earbuds going to answer? Because my earbuds are connected to this. And then I forgot to take me off the stage. So you guys heard when I had her on speaker instead of in my earbuds. Anyway, okay. Just the congratulations. Okay. All right. Time to go back to work. My sister's so funny because sometimes if I change jobs, I quit a job. Like one time I quit my job before I had the new job, which is kind of what I did now. And my sister's like, why would you quit your job before you had another job? I'm like, because I'm a nurse. I mean, we do have it made, you guys, as nurses, right? We can get jobs, which is amazing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. 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 All right. Off to being a regular member of society again, but perfect because the start date isn't until September 14th. So this trial will be done from that, and then we can go to weekend stuff again or evening. Thank you, guys. All right. Tell me if I have any audio messed up now.
Correct. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have to have more DNA stuff?
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
All right. Would I do travel nursing? I hate trying to figure out where shit is. Where's this? Who's that? I don't know. How do you open this? What's the code to that room? Where is this? Where do you guys keep these things? That makes me absolutely crazy. I cannot. I just want to know where shit is. It's like my biggest thing. I can
Good
be the
morning.
nurse.
Good morning.
Just
Could you
where
please
is
tell the jurors your
everything?
first and
I
last
hate
name?
that part.
My first name is Elaine Rossi.
I'm sure
Please
some
spell
of you
your last
can
name for the
relate
record.
to that.
ROSSI.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How's the volume?
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
I can't hear.
In
Hold on.
July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
How did you become involved with their family?
I
Is it
answered a
their
Facebook
volume or my
advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. I can't hear. I'm all hot mess express right now. Can you hear? Why can't who just play the video? Me? Why can't I just play video? Because I'm Kathy and I do things my way on my channel. If that's what you're asking. But you can go to East Idaho News and just watch it and play it. This is kind of like commentary too, and our community chat. Okay, I just gotta figure out why I can't hear. You guys, you can hear? Okay, then it's me. It's maybe my earbuds. Yeah, exactly, Mama. Thank you, PLM.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would it be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those
It
responsibilities?
was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days.
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities, for the instructions for me for the day.
And you started, you said, the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So
Do you guys want me to slow her down? She's
I'm
at
gonna
1.5.
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay.
Bow lady.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it.
I bet she has an
You can flip
Etsy
through the pages,
store.
That's helpful.
Okay.
Bows against criminals.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to
Bows
say there's two
against
different
mental
handwritings,
health.
right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you. No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say, she left you pretty detailed instructions.
Okay, let
on
me
his
slow her
schedule.
Yeah,
down.
she did.
And you were aware that
It's not
she was
very
very
long.
particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
What? The video of the baby taking a bottle? Is that what she's trying to do? I don't know. Did he object? But, you know, she was, because, have you guys ever breastfed and then tried to give a baby a bottle? Woo, they don't want it. My oldest kid was the worst. First he wouldn't take my breast, so then I did bottles, and then I couldn't get him back to breastfeeding, and then I was crying, calling the nurse advice line. I was destroyed that he wouldn't latch, and she said, put that baby on your bare chest. Do throw all those bottles away. Don't give him any rubber nipples. Keep offering him, and then he will eat. He will not let himself starve. And sure enough, it was like an hour, and he was like, and then he latched, and I latched forever. So then when I decided I was gonna go back to work, which then I wound up quitting, I got him on the bottle, and that was the hardest thing ever. Then he was like rejecting the bottle. He didn't want it. It was a nightmare. That kid was a nightmare for that stuff. So babies are like that. Like they get nipple confused. They decide what they like. They decide what they don't like. Working theory. They're back to presenting Lindsay as a privileged, spoiled, rigid, regimented, unlikable. Oh, wow. They're like, she had a nanny and she, blah, blah, blah. Right. Not to consider she had 3 children under 4 and under 5, whatever. And you actually do have to take care of your own self sometimes. Remember the whole picture thing? I feel so bad for her when she's crying. Unless they do something crazy soon, I'm definitely with postpartum psychosis, not guilty by reason of insanity. If so, can you imagine how she feels? If that's the case, which me too, how cruel is this entire trial? It is just like pouring salt on a wound, like literally, for real. It's so sad. No, they don't play it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, unless you missed it. Let me see where they're at here. Before we get people in the chat yelling at me for not hitting play or not playing or whatever I'm doing here. Okay, there we go. Should be coming now. It cracks me up when people that have never been here jump in the chat and start bossing us around. Welcome. Hi, nice to have you. Here's how we do things here. Right. What have they proven? Nothing yet to me. Oh, there it is.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022? Yes, I did. At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
I
No objection,
agree.
that may be
Gen X lady.
admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency?
Not me. Not me. Just to tell you.
Seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But Did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
Did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room.
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk. And when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan. And they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she
She
do?
went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I think
Thanksgiving.
it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to,
Early
Be home.
December.
early December? And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes,
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then up Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing, or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
Yeah, she's definitely
Also
helping the
told you
defense.
During that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Justine, that's what stood out to me.
Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
She seemed to be appreciative of your work.
Yes, very
Yeah.
much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Okay.
Anything on that?
It's not really
All
something
right,
people
may step
chat
down.
about.
Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see it?
Hopefully defense will bring in friends, coworkers as character witnesses when defense. In opening, I'm pretty sure Reddington said he was going to bring some of our coworker nurses. This has to be so hard. And like I said, I mean, I'm almost 100%. I'm getting there because the prosecution hasn't proved anything to me. But this is just cruel. What is it called? Freudian slip? Maybe she said that because she was horrified when she found out maybe, unlike the doctors, she can maybe not like her now, but still be honest about what was true. Yeah. Right? I mean, it would be really hard to like her, right? I mean, but yes, have empathy and feel bad like it's a disease, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rose slaves look like from behind. Yeah, they do. Such a sad case. And all I can hope for is it brings attention to perinatal mental health because it's a big problem right now. Mental health is a big problem, but perinatal mental health is literally a huge problem because people think you had a baby, you're happy. Everything's great. What's the matter with you? You know, that kind of feeling people get. Really sad. I think 1 in 5 experience postpartum depression. 1 in 5 and 1 in 10 dads, which isn't postpartum psychosis, but 1 in 1 to 2 in every 1,000. So it's not like 1 to 2 in every 100,000 or anything. It's have postpartum psychosis. So it's not as rare. I mean, it is rare, but if you know 1,000 people, somebody's had it, right? I mean, basically. Let me see. Go forward here. Oh, this is good. This is probably going to be the end, huh? Is that where we're at? Let's see where we're at here. Probably coming back right here. No, there's 2. They both kind of look alike from behind, but one has a bow every day. Were they ever both wearing a bow? Right. I think so too, Justine. I think it could be a hung jury. I don't think they're gonna find her guilty of premeditated murder. There's reasonable doubt for sure. There's reasonable doubt. So I'm just curious to see if they can come to the conclusion. But I think it's going to be I think they're going to have to deliberate a long time. Maybe they'll surprise us, but hopefully it's not hung. I mean, I guess hung, they just have to do it all over again, put her through it again. Oh. Or they can choose not to prosecute her again. But these people here, I don't think they would. I think they like their day in the sun. It's not going to happen right now. Healthcare is being more dismantled at the moment. It is. It'll be interesting to go back to work in an insurance company and see how we are. I do know at this job that I just accepted, we follow, when I was working high-risk OB before, we only followed postpartum moms for 6 to 8 weeks. This job follows them for a whole entire year. So that's progress for sure. So my postpartum moms I'll be following for a year. I think if she had somebody like me, you know, a case manager that she could reach out
As I
to,
told you, we're not
I'd be a
gonna,
little more insistent
sit
on what was
this afternoon.
happening.
So we're gonna break at this point, all right? And so I'm gonna ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, she'll
Remember
probably
those
stay where she's
instructions.
at.
Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Remember those. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm gonna ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
Court, all right. Good. Please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. Court, this way. Good. Please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. This way.
It's a great.
I don't know. I'm just feeling worse for her every day that I don't hear any evidence that convinces me the other way. Big difference from Lori Vallow, huh? Arms folded.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so this.
Start buying Medicare Part B.
With no we're not coming, there's nothing scheduled at 2
Yeah,
o'clock.
they
in this
planned it
matter.
though.
Okay.
They knew that they were gonna
So
go early today.
this
He
court,
told them
this
yesterday.
case will be in recess till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
This case will be in recess tomorrow. at 9 o'clock.
So tomorrow's a full day and so is the next day. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, it was kind of a busy morning. Florida postpartum is 1 year follow-ups too. Yeah, and I hope that the physicians are doing that now. They didn't do it when I had my babies. I was like, see you next year. Had your babies. Thanks for the 6-week checkup. Come back next year for your pap smear. That's how it was when I had mine, but now, we didn't have RN case managers for pregnancy back when I had my babies either, as far as I know. It's sort of a newer thing in the last decade or plus. I wonder if the prediction on STS is true that they will rest this week. If they rest this week, they have tomorrow and the next day, they'd improve anything. In 2 more days, they're going to rest? That's wild. I mean, maybe, because all their people are redundant. Same thing. Another person, same thing. What was in the talks? What was in them? Yep, okay. Thank you, Carolina. I appreciate that. So, okay. So tomorrow we'll be back. I'll be here again tomorrow. And we'll continue trying to figure out why this case was brought to trial. You guys, I'm not as on the fence as I tried to be in the beginning. There's a rumor going around that they may run, or Surviving the Survivor, right? They said that they may rest this week, but they could be just guessing. It's supposed to be, this is only the second week. This is only day 7. They've only been in court 7 full days, right? Or not even full, but yeah. We already know she did it, and that they all seem to, and that's all they seem to address. Yeah. My biggest problem is if I was having thoughts like that of my children, I would remove myself from the home until I didn't have them anymore. Yeah, if you're have moments of clarity, you would probably do that. But I think a psychotic episode can come on like boom, too. Like she's having postpartum depression, and working. And that one interview I listened to with the lady that was hearing voices, postpartum psychosis, didn't know what was really going on. She said the voices would happen when she was alone. It was like when her husband was gone, then the voices would start. And she said it even sounded like her husband. It's a really interesting interview on YouTube. forget what channel, crime something, interviewed a woman. Now she didn't kill anybody or anything, but she said she was hearing voices. She was seeing, she's like, I would see like shadows or somebody walking by me in my house. And she said one time she heard the voice and she said, hello. And they said, how are you, or something back. You reported that this morning. Yeah, I mean, she did go check herself in and ER and crisis line and suicide hotline and stuff too. But yeah, she did journal bad thoughts. Do you like Joel? I don't watch him. I don't know if I like him or not, but I don't watch him. I don't know if how you guys feel. The one that had to call her hubby to see if he just said something and he wasn't home. Yes, right. If he just said something, she's like, are you home? And he's, yeah. I really think she did a lot of trying to get help. Honestly, I'll say right now, with all the symptoms she had, and if they were legit and she was journaling that and having those thoughts, everybody failed her. The healthcare system failed her, her husband, parents, like everybody didn't. Now hindsight's 2020, right? And Patrick's a victim too. But when somebody tells you something like that, believe them. You know what I mean? To the point where, oh, we're having a good day, so I'll leave her with the kids. I don't know. It's just, and he was working from home, so she probably almost never alone with the kids. Alone, right? Well, yeah, he went skiing and stuff too. Went to New York. He did do a couple things. I imagine a boneless voice responding to me at no time. Seriously, that would freak me out. I know my mom, in her dementia, she saw people, kids, little assholes. And my daughter was like, Mom, that's her reality. I'm like, so weird. She's like, imagine how terrifying if you really saw children bothering you in the house, keeping you up all night, talking to you. She was definitely failed in yes, hindsight for sure. Yeah. I've been in Joel's chat once, maybe for Suzanne Morphew case. I don't want. He has a lot of. I know he has a lot of guests. Journaling bad thoughts, I think, strengthens her good thoughts. Maybe also to look back and see what you wrote. Like, did I write that? Do I remember that? I don't know. Postpartum psychosis isn't linear, so let me go to postpartum. I know I've done this before, but I'm going to go to postpartum.net again. Because there's also, I wonder if she did any of this. There's also, there's for journalists, info for journalists. Are we journalists? Postpartum conference heads to Washington, experts to share perinatal mental health research developments. Dads get postpartum depressions too. Thousands of men, that was in June, experience perinatal mental health disorders. Support is free. Natural Cycles Postpartum Support International and Prominent Mothers. Halle Berry, Ashley Tisdale, Tess Holliday, Stephanie Beatrice, and Elaine Welteroth, I don't know who this, launch Mommy OK PSA campaign. World Maternal Health Month, it was back in May 2024. So these are all older, but I was going to look for get help. Find support. Online support groups. Yeah, there's online support groups. So they have free. They're always free. And confidential. They have group sessions for 90 minutes on Zoom. How to register. So they're like perinatal mental health support groups, find support for pregnancy and postpartum mental health, including depression, anxiety, OCD, and more. Pregnancy and infant loss, which is a huge thing. After abortion support groups. Let's see. Postpartum perinatal cookie. Let me give her a little dang cookies. All right. Find support, pregnancy and postpartum mental health challenges, including depression, anxiety, OCD, and more. All groups are 100% free forever. Available. Birth moms, adoption support, families touched by perinatal and postpartum, families, perinatal mood support for moms during pregnancy to 2 years, fetal diagnosis support, pregnancy mood support for pregnant people, single parent support, NICU postpartum parents, Black Moms Connect, returning members, ADHD support for perinatal people. So they got all these support groups, dad support groups. I just don't know. I mean, when I was working high risk OB with my postpartum patients, I would give them that resource a lot. True. Okay. Barry's trial is pushed back again for 2027. Oh, really? Oh my goodness. I like a lot of Joel's guests, such as Tim Jansen, Josh Ritter, Phil, and one more guy whose name escapes me, FBI retired. Joel and Lauren both get way too close to the victims' families. It's just weird to me. They should feel obligated to speak with you. I know. I tried. I really didn't like with the Kay Vallow, a Woodcock. I didn't push when I was there. Went up, said hello, walked away. In fact, she had said we should get together or something, but I didn't push. But somebody like Lauren, she zipped right in there. Like she just zips in there and she gets right in these people's face and becomes their best friend and takes advantage of their thank you for caring so much about us feeling, you know. Am I the only one that is bothered that Dr. Oz got his start through Oprah? It is weird. Also, so did Dr. Phil. Also, when I have looked for things he pushes, it's always an infomercial. He does a lot of infomercials. He really does. So it's kind of weird. Step up mental health. Well, good, because it needs to be. Oh, JLR. Yeah, he streamed the freaking court thing. He is a grifter. I will never say he's not. That guy, he jumps on stuff. He's the biggest grifter. I cannot believe he gets 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 people in his chat listening to him. Like, he's just so not about the people. Where's Nancy? Let me just sit out here for 6 months. Hidden crime. JLR, yeah. He's been rude to me in my own comment section before too. He's piped in there and said something not nice. JLR is a seeing machine. He's had about 1,000. Oh yeah, suing machine. Yeah. He's in the I don't know if he's in the Guinness Book World Records as the most frivolous lawsuit person, but something like that. Oh, and he doesn't care. Gets in people's faces. He docks people. He is, dude. And right now he has a big lawsuit for domestic violence against the girl he was living with, who's also a YouTube streamer, Magnolia or something, like a big deal, big thing going on there. All right, let's get this off here. And then there's some crazy rumor going on that has to do with Grayson and Hidden True Crime. And I haven't gotten the actual details of it, but it seems to be, it's probably true. So I'll look into that. I don't know if we can look, if there's any info. Let me see. I don't know how to get to anything like that because I'm not going to their channel. But well, I'm sure it'll become talked about if it's a legitimately true thing. Ah. Well, the rumor, I'm trying to find out if I can get more information before I bring it into the topic of rumor, out of rumor into, let's see. Well, you know what we can do? We can look at Lauren's thing because it says personal update. So why not? Everybody else does this just to see what the heck she's talking about. You know, she's at this trial, right? Okay, here.
That was really sad. We just heard.
Okay, I'm gonna share and I'll comment so we don't get any problem. But let's see, share this tab instead. How long is this? 10 whole minutes. Okay, we'll get to the personal update because I really don't care what she has to say about the nanny. Because if it's true, she's talking about it here.
Nanny Elaine Rossi on the stand. I'm outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's day 7 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I am in the courtroom. Good. Okay, I see somebody here. I realize that I haven't done a live in a couple of days. Forgive me. It's been so busy.
Hold on. I'm going to look at the transcript real quick here. There's stuff going on. I do have permission to share this, but you know, I do have permission to share this, but you know, the Hidden True Crime team has experienced a bit of a tragedy. Not a bit of a tragedy. So I'll just tell you, I can share this. So let's go to 254. Okay, let me play.
But, you know, the Hidden True Crime team is experiencing a bit of a tragedy, not a bit, a tragedy. So,
Grayson is her producer. She's a young girl, 24, 25. And she is all about, she basically, I feel like she lives with John and Lauren. Like they're always together. She has Grayson with her everywhere she goes. And Grayson's with her in Massachusetts right now. Yeah.
I'll just tell you, I can share this. I'm allowed to share this. She said I could. Grayson, I saw that you're in chat. So, last night, so Grayson's brother, they're 2 years apart. And she's always, I'll say this, you know, everyone has their struggles, and her brother really.
I was going to say, Grayson was on Web Sleuths the other night, and she's really talking about her own mental health. Like this is affecting her own mental health. She doesn't know if she ever wants to have kids now. Everything's affecting her. I think Grayson's pretty fragile just from things that have come out of her mouth.
Really relies on Grayson, and I've noticed this, reaches out to her, even though she is his little sister and he is the older brother. He reaches out to her whenever he needs help, and she is always willing to help him. And last night he called her looking for that help. He was on his way somewhere and all of a sudden realized that where he was going was 90 degrees. And he realized he couldn't leave their family dog, Chesney, in the car, and asked Grayson what he should do. I mean, just little things like that, you know, just help me, little sister. And Grayson whipped out her credit card and bought a daycare for the family dog where he was going, and was taking care of it and taking care of him and taking care of their family dog and doing what she always does. And then we went to bed, and what was a dream at first, or I felt like it was alarm, I realized was.
So she does look different, very different. So let's see what she says. But apparently what the rumor is that her brother was killed in a car accident last night. So let's see what she says here. That's the rumor I heard.
My phone ringing in the barely, it felt like the middle of the night. It was just before 5, and I looked in, it was her family member calling my phone, so I knew something was wrong. And I picked it up, and they said they needed to talk to my producer, Grayson. And I gave her the phone, and her brother, just shortly after they called, was in a car accident with their dog, and they were both killed. And she is not doing okay. Well, I was with her, and I ended up taking her to the emergency room, and she was in a much better place, and we were working through this together, this tragedy together, and we decided together that we were going to keep working because that's what we.
Oh my God. She went to the trial anyway? Lauren? She took Grayson to the hospital and then went to the trial? Oh, that's cold. I don't care. We decided we're going to keep working. What? Are you freaking kidding me? This is why this woman, I'm telling you guys.
We do. That's what Hidden True Crime does. And by that, I mean, Lauren.
Nothing would come before that. Not chatting with Kathy, left undone, Hidden True. What? Are you kidding me, Lauren? God, this woman.
And Grayson.
Sorry, I'm judging her for this one.
And we cope with things through working. So we're working today. But we're also being gentle with everything. And if something changes, things will change. We'll let you know.
Oh, yeah. When her mom was my mom's in hospice, but here I am because this is what we do here. What? Are you kidding me? The whole time my mom was in hospice, I didn't even come on. And my mom was actually actively dying. Who knows what her mom was doing? She just uses that kind of stuff for this. I agree. When her brother was dying, yep. Unbelievable. Oh, Lauren, yeah, she's married to Dr. Dr. John.
No, we're not going to work because.
You know, I was okay with her until she decided to bring that lawsuit against Christina Mack for the TikToks and call her a stalker for 9 hours straight. Like really put Christina through hell. Had her served at CrimeCon. After that, Nope.
because we feel like we have to. Don't worry. We're taking things hour by hour, and whatever needs to happen, needs to happen. And I just wanted everyone to know that Grayson is an incredible human being and woman, and she has been
Grayson, go home. Grayson better go get her butt home with her family.
through a lot, more than people know.
Yes, Christina's maybe on
And
Turtle Boy tonight.
this last year has been really difficult too. And people love to say things online because she works for me about her, and they have no idea who she is and what she.
Because you're messing with her. You're taking advantage of a younger person, in my opinion. I mean, she's an adult. She can make her own decisions, but come on. She's clearly brought up, Grayson is clearly brought up every time she's interviewed on Web Sleuths that she's mentally, her own mental health is a problem. Turtle Boy as a channel, he was really big in the Karen Reed, Free Karen Reed movement. And he's from Massachusetts, and he has a big channel, and he has a lot of other lawsuit stuff going on, which I'm not completely understanding. But he's gonna but he drew these eyebrows when he started talking about Lauren taking Christina to court, and he was like all over it, like how horrible it was. So apparently Christina's gonna go on tonight, you know. And then she at one point she copyright strike Kresha when Kay and Kresha were talking and showing a clip of video that Lauren did. And she'll probably copyright strike this right now too, but I can fight it. It's commentary. But yeah. Oh, she doxed someone on X last weekend. Yes, one of my mods. I will tell you that. The person she doxed on X is one of our mods here. She's not here all the time. She works, she's busy, but she's one of our mods here. And Lauren went after her on X. And guess what? Well, I did post a comment on that. I told her to stop it. And then she's like, who are you? I'm like, I know. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want to, I'm really trying not to get into all the drama of everything, but I just want to make a point. This is a big deal right now that Grayson had this horrible tragedy happen. And I will just say, this is awful that she went to court anyway. Nobody needs you in court, lady. You are not, you know, breaking news, ABC channel, you know, the president just got shot, lady, whatever. You know what I mean? Yes, the person she doxed is very nice. She's very supportive. She's very helpful. She also went to the Lori Vallow trial for me because she lives local there, and she took notes for us on our channel during that trial. And she's a very nice person.
She has accomplished and what she has been through and her strength. So I have a request for everyone. I also think we all know a little bit about what happened to a well-known influencer last night too.
Really? She's going to go on about Perez Hilton. All right, we've heard enough, right? Grayson and her decided to go to work because, like, Grayson needs to go home to her family. I hope she does. I hope she takes a break from Lauren and goes home. This is important. This is grieving. This is a huge loss to lose your brother. You know, some of us have lost our siblings, and it's tragic and it's sudden. And she just spoke to him last night. So bye-bye, Lauren. See ya. That's where I'm at. Anyway, so yeah, I guess the rumor was true. And Lauren had permission to announce it to everybody on a live stream. She's cruel and wicked. We never hear about anyone else doxing private citizens. Yeah, exactly. And she's not even a creator. Like she's not even going after a creator. She's going after a private citizen because she just posts some things once in a while or whatever in her, you know, on X or. This is how she uses emotion to manipulate. Just honor Grayson and leave it at that, not make it about herself. Exactly. And I didn't see any tears, you guys. So yeah. So I guess the rumor is true. I had heard it in a text when I was you know, we were streaming and I was like, I don't know, but then I saw that she had put in personal, what is it called? And would she say a personal update? Nanny takes stand, ... and personal update, capital, live with Lauren. And cry while announcing it. She doesn't care. A woman is horrid. I mean, immediately bereavement, right? We decided that's what we do. First of all, in the middle of a tragedy like that, you don't leave it up to that person. You'll be like, no, go home. Go home. Go home from work, right? You just got this horrible news. I was at work one day. I was in with my patient who was delivering, and I came out and everybody at the nurse's station was like, just gone. Like, what? Why is it so quiet? Nobody's talking, nothing. And one of the nurses I work with got a call during that few minutes or hour or whatever the time was, and I was in that delivery, that her son was killed in a motorcycle accident. And I mean, go home. I mean, it was so tragic. We were all just upset. Nobody could work. And we're there, you know, in a healthcare facility where you have to work. There's no choice. You still got to take care of your patients. And Lauren's like, oh, we had to work. This is what we do. We go to trials that are streamed. Just irritates me. It's probably on his channel. All we can do is let the rest of the true crime community know what kind of person she is. Yeah. I mean, I hate doing that part. I don't want to be one of those people that are going after other creators, and I won't do any more after this about it. But I think this is a pretty big deal to bring up because it is true and it wasn't just a rumor. Yep. That 9-hour live was all about that. Yep. That's not a good friend. Yeah, she's had a lot. Her fillers are terrible. I don't know who does her fillers, but they're bad. They're really bad. Oh, I know you're not saying that. I'm just announcing that like on my own thing because I don't want, you know, but I mean, but yes. I gotcha. No, I understand. But it is true. It is news, you know, among the community, right? So yeah, I mean, it's worth bringing up. I was at work when I got the call that my son had died. And yes, I went home. My coworkers were awesome. They didn't ask me if I wanted to stay, right? Right, Justine? You go home. Like, first of all, when you're in the middle of that, you're not going to think clearly anyway. And people need to help you, give you direction. No, go. No, go. We got this. Go. Nope. Don't need you here. And she dropped her off at the hospital this morning. She said, I took her to the hospital. So Grayson literally had to go to the hospital because of this news. But I got permission and we're going to talk. And we're still going to work because that's what we do at our very, very, very important news station over here. That's bringing you the world breaking news. Grayson will regret if she doesn't go home. She'll never forgive herself. No, right. Grayson, go home. Go to your family. She is the reason why some of us have to go through hell to get real restraining orders. I could swear. I'll go. Right, exactly. I agree. She's put her in that position. where she is the caregiver. I mean, remember the crying, blowing snot on the sheets. And I think that was after the judge said, well, lady, you know, you can't just do restraining orders against somebody because you don't like what they say online about you. That's not what this is. That's not stalking. And that seems like that's what this is. I'm paraphrasing. That was the day that the judge basically called her out, and then she decided to drop everything. I wonder if this is the same autistic bro they did the Patreon episode on. Oh, I didn't see that. Sort of aired Grayson's Family Business with Dr. John giving opinions on autism. I didn't see that. Good. Because we need to. I just feel bad. Anybody giving their money to channels that are just grifting and they're not here for the right reasons. Just, you know, I don't have a problem with anybody making money from their channel if they're ethical, kind, and doing things to help raise awareness and support victims. But just to be like JLR and a whole slew of them that do this kind of stuff. It is really Justine using clicks. I mean, you can make a lot of money on YouTube from those clicks, you guys. You can make a lot of money. I can tell you, I had my biggest month ever on a video that got 100,000 views, okay? And I made like $1,900 from the ads on it. That was my biggest month ever. I've never had more than that on YouTube. So a certain video got 100,000 views. So if you figure that and you go add up how many views people get, you can probably figure it out. It can be very good money. So if you just grift all day long, do clickbait, make headlines that make people click in and watch. Lauren, baking concern. Can I share with our people what's going on so you don't have to? Oh, and it will add views. Oh gosh, they will do a huge live or Patreon tonight, right when Turtle Boy goes on. Oh, I bet you're right, Mama. I bet you're right. JLR is making $1 million a year, most likely. Yep, he's making money. And I'm sorry, you guys, but the ladies that are calling into JLR, the people that are following JLR crack me up. They're like our age. They're like grandmas. And they're just swooning after him. And I'm like, you guys, like, it's just so weird. But everybody, when he's in front of Nancy Guthrie's, the women that were calling in, they're like, I think it was Tommaso. I think it was Tommaso. Tommaso, tomato. Like, oh my God. I peek once in a while because I'm just like, this is what makes money on this platform. This is what does this is, you know. And then like us nurses, we got to go to work and save lives and kick ass and not eat and not pee all day long, make a little bit of money to live. And people can sit here on YouTube all day and clickbait and cause drama and make that kind of money. It's, I don't know. I don't know what this world has turned into. JLR investigates, Mama. Oh my God. He's a problem child. Go Google him. Jonathan Lee Ritchie's. Go Google him and look at Wikipedia says about him. And he's got a big channel and he makes money, like money. Turtle Boy probably has a bigger following, right? Oh, above the 1900. Well, maybe someday, maybe someday. As long as I'm talking about things that matter, that's all that matters to me. It's nice to have a little bit of extra to pay some bills, you know, pay the electric bill, the gas bill, whatever, but I'm sticking with nursing as the main focus. But yeah, for sure. The ads, kind of nice. They bring in a little bit of money every month, pays for something. But most months I get about $200 to $300, which is money. It's still $200, $300, right? Turtle Boy was huge for the Karen retrial. Huge. Big, 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 big. Hidden True Crime is much bigger than Turtle Boy. There. How many, I don't even know. 364,000 right here it says she has. What do we got? 2,600. But honestly, you guys, I like having a chat I can interact with, you know? I like having that you guys can talk to each other in the chat. I don't want one of those fast chats going by where nobody can talk to anybody. I prefer to be able to, if I'm going to live stream, I want to know what you guys want to know and talk to you. So that's what I like doing with the live streams. So I could just do a video if I don't want to interact, right? And then I can edit it and I can make sure my face looks better and you can't see the wrinkles and all that stuff. Yeah. We love chatting. You too, Kat. Thank you. I do. I'm a talker, you know, and that's one of the things I like. And I started this channel, well, the other channel, in the middle of COVID. COVID happened. I'd already started it and we were already following Daybell trial. But then I started doing lives and I was like, it's kind of nice. It kind of helps with the whole isolation thing during COVID. Yeah. Yeah. You guys are awesome. All right. It's 1:18 here. We got birds that need bird seed again. These dang doves are eating all the bird seed. I'm going through bird seed every single day. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys. You guys are amazing. And we kind of boot the people that aren't, that come in and act like they own the place, because new people are always welcome here, always. But just come in and be kind, right? Huge ones are too fast and sometimes not nice, right? Yep, yep. All right, so that's the breaking news of the True Crime Community Day. Poor Grayson, I feel so bad. That's horrible. So tragic. I don't know how old he is. Well, she said they're 2 years apart, so he's in his 20s. Terrible. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, all of you. All right, well, I will let you go. Percy probably has to go potty because he hasn't gone since 7:30 this morning, something like that. Yes, hug your people. You never know. One of my biggest fears, seriously. One night, it was so scary. I was in my house. This was about 10 years ago. And in the middle of the night, the doorbell rang. And I opened the door and there were 2 cops there. But I knew all my kids were home. So I just stood there and they're like, so-and-so, so-and-so. They had the wrong house. They were looking for the old owners of the house. I had only lived there like 6 or 8 months. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what they're there for, but it was probably something like that. So scary to have that knock on your door. So bad. All right. Thank you. Thank you. New job. Woohoo. Now I got to go fill out the information for the background check. They're going to check my background. Hope they don't find anything. There's nothing to find. I'm just kidding. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm going to stop. No, we aren't promised tomorrow. I'm going to stop looking at the chat because you know what? I keep looking at the chat. All right. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do it again. Come back tomorrow. 1 more day, 2 more days this week. Stay safe and stay well. Bye.